and good evening, everybody. And yes, I am going to go ahead and start off just a little bit early today. But holy crap, Chewy! Sorry, that took me by surprise. I looked up and the screen started scrolling. Uh, Thank you, Chewy, for gifting 5 tier 1 gift subs and starting off a level 2 hype train. How did that happen? Did I miss somebody else, or was it just wow? Okay. Well, welcome on in, Chewy. Long time no see. Thank you for making yourself known, and thank you for gifting a subscription to Sparks on Tap, Darth Gollum, Bear Grylls, Lone Sniper, and 3D Cafe. 3D Cafe, coffee, coffee. Toot toot. Yep. Thanks so much. That is awesome. That's a great way to pop back in. You do that anytime you want to, Chewy. So yeah, welcome on in, everybody. My name's uh oh. Nomad's gifting a tier 1 gift sub to Daniel Dan. All right. Well, I see we're going to get this going. Uh, but yeah, if you're popping in and this is your first time and somebody gift you a sub, please tell them thanks. That's awesome. Positron is broke, but I'll gift the sub. Oh, hey, Sparks on Tap. How's it going? Welcome on in. Positron's broke. No, the Positron's not broke. Uh, the team, the funding may be, but the positron isn't broke. It's just not fully built yet. We're going to fix that tonight. But yes, welcome on in, everybody. Welcome on in. I'm looking forward to tonight. We should hopefully at least have her built by the end of the day. But welcome on in. We're in a level 3 hype train right off the bat. Exactly, tier 3 hype train. How's it going, Da Vinci? An extra hour today? Hey, I have no adult supervision. Mrs. Dragon got on a plane this morning. I just need coffee because, and I didn't prep a lot of coffee because I've already had a good amount going into today because the day started at like 5:30 to get up and get Mrs. Dragon to the airport on time for the flight that was delayed a little bit. Oh, I get that, Nomad. Startups are expensive. We're as dry as Dust Bowl. Well, come on, just head on down to Florida. You'll get plenty wet. You'll get wet and flush with rain. Um, Welcome on in, everybody. Nick, good to see you again. It's been a little while. Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, I grew up in Florida, and I'm saying like, nope, yep, no, thank you. Head up north, young man or woman. I, but honestly, let's keep them in our thoughts and prayers. West of me here in Western North Carolina is still dealing with issues. They've got main roads that are washed out up into the mountain areas. So we've got lots of communities that are up in the mountain areas that are, the only way to get supplies to them and aid is uh, via helicopter, right? So if you can, then give to a charity. Just do a little bit of research and make sure that they are giving in and supporting the efforts. If you can, cover down. Giving to me is one thing, but if you can give to charity or print things forward for the charities and stuff, by all means, please do. Hey, Timor, welcome on in. You're not my real dad. Exactly. Um, yeah, I was born and raised in Florida, so I know all about the hurricanes and the liquid sunshine and all that good stuff. So, um, yeah, that's why I said just if you can help out, if you can't, send your thoughts and prayers to those that are impacted and affected, because we're all meat sacks at the end of the day, right? So, born and raised in South Carolina and now in Florida. Oof, yeah, you just went further south and it just got hotter, didn't it? But anyhow, Nomad, the big question I'm going to have for you is starting on page one. Page one today, and yes, if we complete the level 3 hype train, I'll try and go even longer tonight and see if we can't get plastic, But I'm going to do what I can. You don't do cold, yeah. My wife's like, I need to get out of the cold, and now she's back in Colorado. But we moved out to North Carolina because we thought it was going to be a happy medium, right? And then we had, you know, several days the triple digits, and she's like, really? I don't know. It followed her, but yeah. Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Wizix. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. It's been so cold here the last few days. Yeah, it actually got chilly here. Like I put on a sweatshirt today when I took Mrs. Dragon out. Thank you for the 100 biddies, Nomad. Thank you much. Yeah, it's cooler the next couple of days, and it's that storm that's coming on up. Hey, Mr. Wissix, thank you for the 200 cheer bits. So, Nomad, while I got you here and you're looking, I've got this fan shroud, and I've got this fan shroud. This is all one piece with the open. Whoop, here we go with open fan stuff. This one is more enclosed, and it has the fan piece that pops out and snaps in. Use this one. This is the one that says Ollie 3D VR 0.1. Okay, so we will use this one. Sounds great. That's exactly what I was trying to do is which one do I use? Because I know that there was a change and the instructions are still showing this one. So I will put that one to the side. This is the one we're going to start with. And to whoever keeps, if you're here, whoever keeps making comments on my YouTube videos, thank you. And the comments happen to be, he was going to make a resin mod for future, like, printing it out in resin, or I don't know, working with Ollie 3D to make an insane fan truck. Okay, that works. Sounds good to me. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. But if you happen to be here and you're one that keeps commenting about the camera, yeah, I believe it was this scene that the camera was flipped. So instead of sitting where I'm sitting at the bottom of the screen, I was up here at the top of the screen, and it was only in one of the scenes that it was flipped. So bring the fan duct in resin so it can wrap around the nozzle. Oh, that will be cool. That'll be cool. Because I have one of them resin printers. It's not physically in the Dragon Den. It's over at Evil Diesel's house because he said, I need your printer. I need to scale for an order. And he's had it for like 3 months now. So you see how that goes, right? Okay, so let's get started on the build. And thank you, everybody. And Timor, thank you for the resubscribe for a total of 17 months in a row. I appreciate that. We had a level 3 hype train that we got to about 19%, 7 gift subs, and 300 bits. So thank you, everybody, for showing some love there. Hey, Shaudel, welcome on in. Welcome on in. So we're going to try and get rid of some of the busy mess here and just be left with a printer. I mean, we got a pretty base here. Nice, pretty base. Whoops, I keep forgetting that that motor is hanging there. In fact, if you notice in the pictures, this cable wasn't there and this cable wasn't there because I unplugged them thinking, oh, I don't want to pick it up and have this hanging and this, that, and the other. And then I put everything on here and realized there was a reason they told me to plug this in because you can't get to it. So luckily it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screws. This came off. I was able just to undo this screw here and this other orange piece. I was able to lift that up enough that I can plug the motor in. but then I still had to take the underside of the little end piece so that I could get the, um, the, I'll say CAN bus, but the XT30 2x2 connector to fully get in. But yeah. Hey, C. Gorecki Designs. Yeah, formerly Mayhem. Welcome on in, my friend. Hey, Bear Grylls, how's it going? Welcome in. So glad everybody's here. Wait, is that the rubberized cable? No, the rubberized cable is over here on the tool head, because that's what it showed in the diagram. Was the rubberized one was for the tool head. Okay, good. That is, yes. No, this is the one that just has the standard sleeve on it and is the handmade, well, the more looking handmade cable. Yes. Yeah, if somebody wants to drop about $800 so I can get a better camera with, with a big lens on it, that I will probably just literally screw into a ceiling truss, then, I'll do that. But let me get this turned on. And we're going to get started here. Hey, Ian Douglas, how's it going? You saw your ex walking on the sidewalk. Interesting how I'd hit that changes meaning over the years. Oh yes, Ian. How about getting divorced in Germany? You go to Colorado and you're at an Air Force football game, and your ex-wife was Army, and out of the blue at an Air Force football game, you hear your name called, you turn around and you're staring at your ex-wife, who you were hoping never to ever see again, and found out she got stationed at Fort Carson right there in town. I'm like, I can't win for losing. And I can't even play that song "All My Exes Live in Texas" because none of them do. Yeah. We're actually on speaking terms now, so we figured at least that part out. Just about spit out the chicken that I was eating. Yeah. You've been able to travel to almost every Rep Rat festival. Hey, Nomad, quite honestly, I've been to all three of the stateside Rep Rat festivals 2 years in a row, and my wife went to all three with me this year. And me and Evil Diesel and my wife and Murph, Evil Diesel's daughter, came with us. So, yeah, it's amazing. It happens sometimes. You find the right person and they'll go and hang with you. Okay, so we need a fan enclosure. We need the Bowden guide, which is this little thing here. Okay, this little thing here. Kind of looks like the little cam lock mechanism on the V0. And the toolboard cover, which is this piece. So once again, the color scheme for this build is KVP British Racing Green and Polymaker Neon Orange. So that's what we're dealing with, is two colors. So we're going to take our fan shroud here, and we need to install a couple of 2.5 by 3 by 4 heat set inserts. You won't go to Murph. You hate swamp. Yeah, I can get that, but you are going. Are you going to Smurf this year or next year? I really want to go to Smurf, and of course, my wife will definitely go to that one, but I don't think we're going to make it this year, just with all the travel that we've had to do, not just for the shows, but for family as well. Because like I said, Mrs. Dragon is out in Colorado again now. She just went out there today. So Ian, she's back out in your neck of the woods, out in Aurora. And once again, I get them pressed in partly, and then I take them and squish them the rest of the way in on the side of my table, and then rub them back and forth to kind of burnish them to make sure that they're nice and flat. You're a VIP on the website. Oh, wow. Okay, well, cool. There you go. So we got those two installed, and we need to put one, same thing, 2.5 by 3 by 4 on the end of the PTFE tube or Bowden guide. It's going to push this one up. So how have you been, Ian? I haven't seen you in a little while. I know we're all kind of busy, and I know you're a tech guy, so you're just about as busy as I am. So, okay, so we got that inserted in the top there. Uh-oh, now we get to actually install some things. For all the M2.5 screws, please use our screwdriver included in the kit. I'm going to go ahead and shut this off, as I don't think there's anything else that can actually take a heat set, or at least not left in the printed parts I'm looking at. And it looks like we're going to start off, we're going to turn this sideways here, and we're going to install our Z-axis. I'm just going to take my belt and flip it up towards the front here when I go to do this. Install the Z column base block using the thumb screw. Okay. Don't drop this. Where does this lock in at? Okay. All I'm doing is I'm trying, it's going to be hard to show with this camera, and I don't know if the bench side will get any better. But what I'm trying to do is this rear groove back here, your linear rail goes right in that groove, and then you're going to use the big thumb screw to screw it in at the back. And this piece, that little nub, I believe, is what's going into the round groove that's in the side here. Is that correct, Nomad? So that, I'm pretty sure that little pin is going to slide down in the groove that's right there that we greased earlier. If I can get the light, there we go, there's the groove with the grease. And so that's what we're going to try and do, is keep this belt up and out of the way. And this edge is going to slide right along. And it'll just slide right forward. We'll take this and screw it in. All right. That's what we have. We've now got our Z-axis in place. So I'm looking at this Z end stop, and I'm realizing we're going to have to like open the top up anyhow to plug the Z end stop in. There really ought to be a Z end stop like on the edge, even if it's just a small cable that moves it to the edge here. Anyway, okay, next thing, we're going to load M4 hex nuts into this slot. And by into this slot, we mean just like that. So on this edge here, we're going to need to put 4 M4 nuts. So let me see if I can put this up on its side. Really doesn't want to. We're going to slide in 4 or 2 M4 nuts here. So I keep saying 4. I only saw 2. It says load the M4 nuts. There are 2 of them. Somewhere in all of this. M3. M4. So slide these into this lower portion beneath our extruder body. Here the right Z-joint plate to the extrusion. So this is our other Z-joint plate that has that little, whoops, this is our right CNC metal plate that has the little pin in the side of it that will line up for that location. Okay, and I'm going to have to say that I think they put the apparently it's the screw head that makes the pin. That's interesting. I'm going to try and do some alignment here. This should just sit right down in there. We're going to use the M4 by 10s. Only have 2 left. Hey Zizzo, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. We are installing the Z-axis, and we're having to be a little bit careful here. So now that we've got the Z-axis up here, there's some little bit of weight that'll pull this over if we're not careful. We also have a motor that's hanging there by its JST connector. That one doesn't feel like it's fully lined up. And of course I moved it. Here we go. There, our second Z plate is now screwed on. 2 screws there. Little shiny pin that you see down here is what rides in that groove. Okay. Now what is next? Install the motor to the extruder. Okay, so we need to finish building our extruder motor. I'm doing good. Nomad was here initially, which is when I needed him because, well, there was a question of which of the two fan shrouds to use, and he told me the one that has the Ollie 3D, if I can get it to reflect. There we go. There we go. Ollie 3D. So you want the one that says that. Got the removable fan guide. So that'll work great. We need the gears and the associated bearings. Because what we're going to do is we're going to put the 3 bearings on here with the 3 gears. And your gears have the recess in them, so they only go in one way. And take and press that on. 1, 2, and 3. We got our planetary gears on. And now we need to install the gearbox cover, which once again, our gearbox cover is already pre-greased. So be careful when you take it out that you don't reach in and grab it by the inside and you get your grease smeared everywhere. Grease is We'll need to align that with the gears and get it to mesh. And then our motor is going to come up and we're going to use M3 by 20 screws from the bottom. Always fun. And these are going to come up through the motor housing and into the motor ears, which are, whatchamacallit. They're threaded. Yes, the motor cable is going to loop up and around the back like so. We just need to make sure that we get the teeth meshed. And then we'll run our screw up from underneath. Everything lines up. Put this over on its side again. But yeah, doing good so far. It's the week started off great. I love coming in on a Monday morning and finding out that something had gotten escalated to your vice president over the weekend, and it was a security thing. And as the security prime, you weren't on any of the email traffic. Means I came in Monday morning way behind the curve of what was going on and the knowledge of everything that was going on. So that did not make me a happy kid. This is going to. But yeah, other than that, pretty standard week so far. I said Miss Dragon got on an airplane and went to Colorado today, so she's out there. Okay, so there is our extruder motor now part and parcel of the frame. And I like that the wheel is exposed back here, so if you need to, you can probably work that by hand. Going over to tighten the thumb screw, you can rotate the pulley to check if it turns smoothly. May have my pulley over tight. Okay. And what's up next? Install the zip tie holder. That sounds like a fun do. Install the zip tie holder in the base plate and secure with an M3x6 button head cap screw. L zip tie. Look like belt things. What is the zip tie? That's the lever. That's that. 37, I'm sitting here looking, trying to see what is changed in the diagram so I can tell what the zip tie holder. Is. Oh, I know what the zip tie holder is because it's actually in a bag. Yeah, there we go. Zip tie holder. And yeah, this is an injection molded piece that we're going to use. And we're just going to bolt this down. And that was with a M3x6 button head screw. 1 second here. Three by 6. Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of extra screws in here and a lot of different types of screws in here. So when Nomad says after building a couple of these, you could probably just build one outright, I will agree with that. All I'm going to do is get this screw kind of started in the part, and it's basically going to get attached right here underneath our cables. So we just need to move our cables to the side. So that we can get this attached in there. And does it show where, like what orientation this? Okay, it looks like straight across and flush with the back. Here we go. See if I can't get you guys a view of where that piece went. Kind of right here. It's hard to see because of the black, black, and more black. So trust me, it's there. You're back home. Oh, you're back with homemade bread. That's awesome. Homemade bread's fabulous. Route the belt. We get to route the belt. Route the belt of the Z drive is shown in the picture. Okay. The bottom side goes around the back side pulley. The other one goes in the front of the other pulley. So let me go to the bench. So the top pulley comes out and goes around this one. Bottom side is coming out and going around like sense. Okay. It goes up, around, and then locks into our extruder piece. And I'm assuming we need to make sure that we get our teeth up in here, right? Nope. Tooth here, tooth here. Okay, so walk me through this, Nomad. Based on the way that the teeth are on this piece, the top belt comes down, goes in from the side and back up. Is that correct? That's pretty much like the only way I can see that it would work. So it's going to basically come down, go in, and loop back up and out. Through the back, then up. Okay. Still not going to make it easy, but well, actually not too bad. Normally I hate doing belts like this because trying to get them pushed in there. But this seems to be going in pretty easy. Okay. This one goes under this pulley, between these two pulleys, and comes up. And it's going to go in and then back. Or no. Nope, same thing. It goes up and in from this side. Kind of be kind of a pain to get tension. Okay. So I'm assuming it's going to be okay if this isn't like super tight to start with. Because we're going to have a, then unlatch your idler and compress the spring slightly while you install the top one. Okay. I got you. So I need to take this one back out. I just did the bottom one. Now I need to go back in and undo and redo. I'm glad I took the time to push that all the way in. RTFM, and you got the designer right here, like, you know, ask questions. You don't want to redo this all the time. Bad Modbot's not here because I'm sure he's probably going to do the same thing I did or something similar. The good news is that we can apparently work the belt back out fairly easily. Yay. And I will make all the slack at the top because apparently that's going to be the easier way to do it. Okay. What Nomad's saying is get this belt in here, pull it tight around the Z, bring this up, and then we can take our latch here, drop it down, bring our belt around, and then we're going to push down on this against that spring so that when we guide this in and connect it, Now when we let go of our finger here, it's going to tension our belt. And then we'll take the latch, be able to rotate it back up and into position. Just slightly, not too much. So like I probably just went too much, huh? I'll answer my own question. I went too much. This is me like trying to be Voron-y and just going, oh, let's ugga dugga. Up. So lightly, like ever so gently. The good news is there's good tolerance on the belt path here on the part. This is normally what drives me nuts, is trying to get the belts shoved all the way in the captive slot for the belts. So the fact that I've now done this like 3 times is really good. So now we'll turn this around, flip it up, and the tension should hold it in place. And now I feel like I need one more tooth. I feel like I need one more tooth to get a decent amount of tension in there. Either that or I can just move the spring up a tad. No, do it the hard way. Let's just try and calculate one more tooth. No, in my luck, I just made it one tooth looser. Steve News Z belt is a lot easier to work with. Is it? But see, I still feel like this is really like, should it be a little tight, fairly tight? Not like this. This is kind of not that tight, but just tad enough that it doesn't skip when you move the carriage up and down. Okay. Get this pushed in there, and I will. Okay. Like I did hear it skip, so let me try one more time. like I said, I'm just trying to do it like one tooth at a time so I don't get it too much. Like I know I don't want to like really yank and crank on it, but that makes me feel a little bit better. Yeah, I like that better. There we go. Thankfully, once this is done, you'll never have to worry about it again. Well, that's good to know. So I think there we're done. I'm assuming we'll cut this off here in a little bit. Connect the bed cable to the bed breakout PCB and secure the cable to the bed cable guide using zip. Okay. So the bed cable guide, I'm assuming, is this piece here. This would be our bed cable. We're going to bring this around. Does this need to be at any specific height when we zip tie it on there? This does literally come up here and attach. So we're attaching it at the top to this XT30. I believe it's an XT30 by 2x2 or an XT30 60-ish type. So we just get that done and then we'll zip tie it somewhere near the top. Yeah, it does slide up and down on the extrusion. It was just really like, where should I do the zip tying at? I'm assuming that's going to be to aid in the folding and unfolding, allowing it to slip. Yeah, see XT30 2x2. See, I can tell my connectors sometimes. Sometimes. There are two zip tie spots on here, so we'll use both. Kind of showing it fairly high, I think, on the image there. So what I'm going to kind of try and mimic. Whoops. So yeah, this is kind of what we're looking at, is a little bit higher up here. Guess we're going to need this to be able to yeah, that seems like full motion right there. Cut your zip tie, not any wires. And connect the cable to the PCB breakout, which we do. Good. Back up some. Okay, so position the washers and idlers in the order as shown in the picture on the carriage block. Secure them using M3x16 wafer head screws. So we're going to need to put some of our pulleys in here. And this just, what do I need? I need 6 shim washers. Need 6 of these bad boys here. And dump them out on my cloth. My In my bobber. 3, 4, 5, 6. And the M3 by 16 wafer head. And trying to see that order there. And yes, so this is going to be I'm going to start by holding the wafer head. We're going to put a pulley, 2 shims, another pulley, and another shim. So that's one. And this goes on the back side of our carriage block. Flip it over and get it lined up. Come in here and secure it. And Nomad, while I'm doing this, I did what Tech Jeeper did. As far as what, Nomad? Like where I zip tied this at, or what? Should we be using any Loctite on these screws or not? Inquiring minds want to know. So, wafer head screw, one of our pulleys, the colored panels on the top. Yes, he was the one that told me about it. Shim, right? 2 shims, another pulley, and another shim. Yeah, Loctite wouldn't hurt. That's what I was thinking. And that makes it so much easier now that I've got one of these on here. Let's see if I can't get a dab of Loctite on here. Survived abuse for a year without Loctite? Yeah. Doesn't need a lot, just a couple of threads. You know, things that are static, I'm not too worried about, but it's really the things like this that are motion system components that I fret over a little bit more. All right, both pulleys are maneuverable, so that's good. Bring you guys up there, and that's what we're doing is these 2 pulleys right here. Double stack pulleys. Okay. Got that. Now we need the other linear rail that we haven't used yet. So let's get that prepped and ready. And one more box down. By the way, our coffee cup tonight is 3D print SOS. And I actually wore this shirt at, or when I drove up to 3D Printtopia. was the shirt I wore. And then at the show, I brought my Digital Dragon shirts. Didn't wear them. I wound up wearing the Box Turtle shirts. In fact, Mrs. Dragon and Evil Diesel made sure that I wore the green one and told me to get another green one because that was a good color. They could find me anywhere in the crowd there. I was like, oh, okay, well, great. Maybe I wanted to slink away and for you not to see that I was going and talking to a vendor about buying stuff. He knows I was. Ooh, yeah. This one's going to need some love. This one needs love. We're going to get these parts over. We're going to move you over here. Bring this over because we're going to have to. You try and butter. Oh, I butter Chris up. Hell, I built a KB3D themed rook that he took home with him. I butter Chris up. Chris does me solid. So, in fact, Chris is in KB3D. They're having an open house the first weekend of November at their new store, and the rook that I was just mentioning should be on full display at the open house. So, if you're in the area, stop by. And if you don't know what the area is, they're in Ohio. I think it's basically like Twin Cities. That makes sense. And hey, Tech Jeeper, how's it going? Yeah, this particular rail seemed pretty dry. KB3D, the first weekend in November, I think it's like the 1st through the 3rd, they're doing an open house at their location. They had to move relatively fast because the building that they had, their landlord sold the building, and the new owner wanted the whole building for a specific purpose, so they weren't allowed to stay on, and so they had to move. And of course, if you know Chris's background, he's 50% owner of a car Porsche repair, maintenance, and racing shop. And then he owns KB3D. So they're both co-located right now. And they're looking at the possibility down the road of getting additional floor space that's adjacent as they can expand. Dude, this still feels kind of crunchy. Feels kind of crunchy. And did you say these have a pretty good preload on them, Nomad? But yeah, I'm thinking about driving up there, even if it is just for a day. Partly because Mrs. Dragon is going to be in Columbus, so I can stop by on my way up, spend the night. Like I can take off Friday, drive up, spend the night, and then go on up to Chris's on Saturday and hang out. Maybe come back and chill on Sunday, and then or come back Saturday night, take off first thing Sunday morning, and drive back down. Just means I might have to do my Saturday morning stream. I don't know, from KB3D. If I can get them to let me do it. All right, that's better. Okay. I do want to, I don't know why I just took that off because I still need to wipe any excess off of that rail itself. But yeah, I definitely hang out with Chris and Chris too a lot. They've supported the channel tremendously. You know, Black Box in and of itself was huge. But like all three shows this year, they've actually brought me stuff to the show rather than ship it, so I didn't have to, wait for it, hope that it got here in time, throw it in the truck, and then drive it out, which is always nice. Insert an M3 by 12 wafer head. 3 by 12 wafer head into the idler and then a washer. This, and these are the bigger, yeah, these are the bigger idlers. I'm hearing. So wafer head, the bigger idler, washer, and secure it with an M3 by 6 off. Oh, I was like, what? An M3 by 6 hex standoff. So where are the rest of my standoffs? So these are the female to female standoffs? No, it's the first through the third that weekend. I've asked him to post an announcement on his Discord. But the last time I heard that's what it was. If I can get him to respond. Or if everybody just goes out to the KB3D Discord and says, dude, when's the announcement? Where's the announcement? I'm sure I'll be like, oh crap, I forgot. Instead, he announced the next group buy, which is actually a pretty cool group buy. It's a E3D Revo Voron hot end kit for a hell of a good deal. But yeah, no event announced yet. But yeah, last time I talked to him, it's supposed to be the first weekend. You got yours powered on today? That's awesome. Okay, so this is going to come in from the underside, like so. And our screws coming through the top there. And we're going to use an M3 by 6 insert. Or insert. Well, I guess, what is this? standoff. Screw it down in there. Okay. And we need to do one at each end, I'm assuming. Yep, so I need to go grab the other wafer screw. Yeah, I definitely want to head up there and check it out. When I was up there the last time to take him the um, build plate for his black box, um, you know, they were still moving it. I'll put it that way. Things weren't set up. They didn't even have the racks set up for their little warehouse section for the KB3D stuff. So still very much in flux. But now they're all set up. So I wanted to go up there and check things out. Yeah, I'm curious because it didn't tell me to plug in the Z in stop yet, so I'm sure I'm going to have to take some part of the top off to get the Z in stop. In fact, I'm assuming that I need to do that sooner rather than later, as I'm starting to put stuff up here, which is going to make getting to this stuff harder. I might actually do that right now. I think these are all the 1.5s because they're M2.5 button heads. I'll show you guys this. We're going to unscrew that, unscrew this. And my tray just warped. Awesome. And I say my tray just warped because, well, one, it did, but it warps as it cools. But the good news is the bottom warping a little bit on the trays. These are for the box turtle. The bottom's starting to warp up on the edges here. It's really because of the this hexagonal pattern. It doesn't cool at the same rate as the other part does. So it kind of rolls up here, but it doesn't affect the functionality of the lane. So if you don't get too worried about it, it's going to be perfectly fine. And if you were following along, or actually, no, you weren't following along because I was doing that I was making those comments in the other Discord. Uh-oh. Sorry, folks. I've got the third box turtle. I just need to do a couple of more pieces of wiring and I'm done. And I can get that online and start testing it. I'm not going to serialize it until after we get out of the closed beta. Because otherwise I'm going to have like three serialized under the closed beta. Hey Pete, how's it going? And I'm printing the parts for a fourth one because the fourth one's going to go on Hyper Dragon down here, which I have made arrangements to put on display at a local shop to try and, I don't know, maybe start getting some people interested in. And if they don't want to build them themselves, They can buy the kits and I will build it for them. Is the Turtle Box modular? Like, could you build a tool? Yes. There was actually a 3-spool version at 3D Printopia that was sitting on top of Armored Turtles Micron. I believe it was Armored Turtles Micron. And Maker Milo, who is also in the beta, has built a 5-lane version that sits across a sits on top of a 350 frame. So I'm going to slide this through here, hopefully, one way or the other. Please, dear God, go in without me having to undo that piece again. Oh, yeah. No. So this other piece, if somebody out there in the land has the link to the photo dump from 3D Printopia, please, please, please feel free to link it. I'd have to find it again to try and get it out there and link it. But it was great. Lots of people on the first day, lots of good conversation. The second day wasn't as many people, but just as much conversation going on, and like good conversation, right? A lot of, oh, please. A lot of good conversation. So I had, okay, and here's, sorry guys, one question. Nomad. I know X and Y is sensorless homing on this. Z, we now have an end stop. I'm looking at the board, and for the X, Y, and Z, they do have jumpers for the diag pins. And they're on the middle and right side jumper, looking at the printer from the front. Go to your Willy. I'm not going to your Willy. Go to your wiki. Yeah, I can go to the wiki, but I'm not going to your Willy. We have a thing for this. Oh yes, that's right. Wiki, the ZN stop. Purpose of this mod is to increase the reliability. Micro switch. Yep. Okay, here we go. There we go. So in stop selector XYZ, yep. In stop PST ground signal. Oh, just signal and ground. We need it to be in the Z. IO3, good information. Really, we're going to play this game? Close. Nope, back. Take standard end stop with lever, orient the lever facing down. Yep, it is. Z end stop pins, GPIO 3, the pin Z end stop. This one right here. Move the jumper above the end stop to the left, bridging the Z stop and the signal. Okay, so what I'm doing, and let me go back to bench side here. So we've got X, the diag pin, Y, the diag pin, the Z, and the diag pin. So I'm going to pull that diag pin, try not to drop it and lose it down in the frame, and I'm going to move that to the left side of the jumpers. Okay, so this pin just went to the left. The other two are on the center and right pin. Okay, Now we're going to take this and plug it into that Z end stop. And if we wind up doing like a filament detector, that would be the next one, which is a 3-pin, which is the E0 stop. Like super easy to change a website. There should be a note in the guide. Well, it's in the wiki. Yeah, pro tip, look at the wiki too. So we're just going to take our wire here and kind of loop it down and around the side between the LEDs and the motor, the E-motor mount there. We're going to put this screw back in. There's some printer config changes that we'll also make. Run it under the LED hat. But I don't know, like, oh, I couldn't have done that. The LED hat just pops off, by the way. Why run it under the LED hat? Now I got to try and get all these lined back in. Gives you the most slack in the cable. Probably for the folding, huh? Okay. We're just going to set this back down right on top. And this will sit down on top. And you'll just kind of feel all the screws lined back up. It's going to be pretty easy. As long as the edges line up, you're going to be lined up. Did I see the note about the end-stop switch flipped upside down? I didn't see the note. Nomad actually told me when I was installing it. So Nomad told me the end stop is in the right orientation. The lever is facing, like, it opens down. So the actual trigger plunger is at the top of the end stop. Yeah, and well, to be honest, the Voron kits or the Voron documentation was out there for a lot longer. So when LDO started making kits, they created like a separate wiki that referred to their build log, right? So it was like you had to flip back and forth and have them both open so that you can um actually go back and forth and look at each one, because it would be like, hey, at this page do this. Well, the problem is every time they updated the manual, the page numbers changed. So that was a bit inconvenient. But here, your manual, like the kits and the manual for the kits are like they were built, I'm assuming, pretty close to the same time from the looks of it. Just incorporate the changes, right? Have an errata between the changes in the, because there was a couple of different printed parts and stuff. So have an errata when you make that, oh, kit 3.2 batch 1 and 3.2 batch 2, there's a couple of differences. There's your reason for a wiki, an errata wiki. But then yeah, we want to have edit access to their website so we can fix it. Good luck with that. I'm not sure if that'll happen. We will have to make some printer config changes possibly, but I also noticed that I did see the announcement on the Discord of a new beta version of the, I think it's beta or alpha of the software. So I'll follow your lead if you tell me what to do. Okay, so we've got our X gantry built, or linear rail going. We need to install the H4.75 M3 12x4 standoffs. into the other two holes of the carriage. Yeah, getting access will never happen. Exactly. Doubt if it would. And I'm going to put a little bit of Loctite on these. And once again, folks, these are small. Or, sorry, these are small. Do not crank on this with a wrench. Put a little bit of Loctite on the threads. Screw it down there. I will say from experience, because I will let you learn from my experience. Yeah, I yanked on one of these one time and sheared it off, and then had to figure out like what size drill do I use now to kind of drill out the hole. Not fun. Way too much. Yeah, just be careful. I mean, hand tighten it, and I will grab the wrench, and I'm just going to give it the slightest bit of torque, and I mean the slightest bit. I'm not even sure if that's an 1/8 inch. Just giving it the slightest bit. Push in that Loctite. So we got those on there. Now we're going to position the linear rail to the standoffs and make it perpendicular to the Y rail using the squaring jig. The squaring jig. Okay, so we're going to put the linear rail here. So we're going to have the carriage up and our bearings facing down. This is going to be, looks like centered. Yep, centered. So we'll have access to the holes, put in the screws, and then this piece is going to center us on the other linear rail. And we will line this up. Okay, and we're going to use what? Size screws, M3x8 socket head. Button heads, 3x8. Hey, Zombie, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. So once again, since we're going to be securing this rail down, we do want to put a little bit of Loctite on this. Because once again, if we start cranking down into the top of those standoffs, what's that going to do? It's going to also torque the bottom half of the standoff. So we don't want to really crank down on it, because that will have a bad effect, like we mentioned before. Get a little bit of Loctite. Get your screws started. So how you doing today, Zombie? Oh, and hey, Zombie, when does your black box start? Okay, once again, I'm getting it down there until it, just by fingertips, it stops, and just a little not a full hand, just fingertips only. Done. And that is what we are left with. Now we get to route the belt. It's this part just intimidates me a little bit. I know it probably shouldn't, but it does. Just because it's a tiny belt. And pretty much when you're down to just one screw left in a package, you're pretty close to knowing that those are just your spares. You could probably just set those aside. Um, this is why it scares me. This is our 3mm GT2 belt. Getting better, hit with the sickness. Ooh, did you come back with COVID? You need to start Black Box on Thursday? Okay. I think I only did something like, you know, 16 or 18 streams on mine. So, and you know how my Saturday streams go, so. Um, don't be intimidated. It's easier than you think. Oh, I'm sure it is. It's just a tiny belt that scares me, I guess. Not scares me is probably not the right word either. Um, but that's the part. It's just the small belt. Don't fully tighten it when putting it into the printed part. The back idlers will act as your tensioner. Okay. Loosen that up before you start. You mean like just take this and drop it, or what am I loosening up? Jumper switch. Glad I caught the stream. Exactly. You got to move that jumper switch. Like I'm like sitting there going, okay, I know I need to do all right, on one side. Goes the belt path. Refer to the pictures for belt routing. The belt goes into the hole of the printed part in order to give a better view. The hot end is not shown in the picture. It should be in place. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so this is where I'm trying to figure out. So it wants me to start with the middle piece here. And if I'm reading it right, the it's the backside, the non-tooth side of the belt that's looping around the centers because it comes down and goes around the front belt. Then it goes around an idler. This is the only one that really truly matters where the teeth are at because this is the thing, it's got the teeth to drive it. So that's where I was trying to figure out what part goes where. Then it goes through here and that first loop we made, this first loop here goes on um, the lower bearings because this is what brings it up to the top bearing, correct? So some slack here, come around here, around the tooth pulley, back around the rear pulley here with the back side of the belt. Run our belt up underneath again. We're heading towards the back. And the back, we go around the back, angled pulley with the teeth coming up. And now I've got to get my belts about halfway. Okay. So let me switch. Oh, we are on this. God, I wish I could punch in here. Um, okay. I'm gonna bring this one out, and I'm gonna switch over to this view real fast. So we're around the lower pulleys, going around the middle. We come down around the front, around the tooth pulley, down around and right back up. So the two belt parts coming through the middle are tooth to tooth. That seems strange. Um, so the back idlers are the tensioners. Because I'm pulling this fairly tight right now, and I'm just worried that these belts are going to be like tooth to tooth close. But we'll see. We'll see once we get it all done. Have faith. Follow the directions. So now we're going to come around these pulleys. We're going around the top pulleys and then heading to the side, the wings on the side. We're going to go around these. Go around these. Get in there. Seriously. And then come back into the middle. That's an interesting belt pattern. So these become your tensioner because we can tighten that screw up in the back that'll pull this out, which will tighten things up. So good to know. Okay. The belt goes into the hole of the printed part. In order to give a better view, the hot end is not shown in the picture. It should be in place. You have to tighten the belt when you think the belt is not, you have to tighten the belt when you think the belt is not loose. Add an extra 3x10 by 0.5 washer on the belts and install an M3x6 flathead screw to screw the belt. Okay, so I guess I'm trying to figure out how this now mounts. That's the hot end. Yes, this is the screw that we're going to be using to tighten. How does the belt coming from the right? Is it just go in front of the printed part, and then they both get I hope my confusion is palpable on the stream here. Because we do need to mount this on here in order to do the belts right, or not. Okay, so both belts are coming through this way and this way. They're going into this hole and in through this hole, out through this hole back here, and then screwed down. Because the belt path is right here, so it's going to cross. They're going to go in that hole, I think, out the side here, and then we screw them down. So and are they going back to back or teeth to teeth when they go in there? I guess they're going to go back to back. We're going to bring these around, kind of join them like this, try and shove them through there at the same time. Ugh. See, this is going to be fiddly and not fun. Belting is normally the not fun. You had to imagine the belt path in your head. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now, is imagine this belt path. Imagine the belt path, trying to squeeze it through. Do that to see if I can't loosen it. See if I can't squeeze these belts through. Am I supposed to see some part of the belt popping through? Like trying to shove a wet noodle in a hole. Use needle nose pliers for more force. Yeah. And then stab yourself. But I get it. Good news is I'm seeing belt coming out the side here. That's good. Loop that back around there. Pull the belt through. Continue to pull the belt through. Continue to pull the belt through. And you said don't make it real tight, just get it kind of loose, right? So there we are, belt coming through. You said don't make it like super tight, just because we can tension it back here. By lifting the Z-axis off. Yeah, enough that it doesn't fall off. I mean, it's not super tight. It's got some movement. We'll put the screw and the M3x6 in there. We're going to do that by setting it down. No, we're just going to have to. Okay, and we are securing this M3x6 flathead and one of the M3 10 by half. All right, it says an M3 by 10 by half. I've got M3 by 6 by 5 and M3 by 10 by 1. Using the big washers here, assuming. Yeah, basically like a washer. Hey, Jerry, how's it going, my friend? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. We're building a cute little printer here. Having a blast doing it. Having a blast doing it. There's like 50 bazillion different types and sizes of screws. And we want to fold both of them over on top of each other, right? All right, there we go. And I'm going to assume that we want to cut our belts now. I'm not going to cut a ton, but I just don't want all of this hanging out and in the way. So yeah, not a lot, just a little bit. There's some pull. There's a little bit that'll get through there. We'll get this lined up on the carriage here. Assuming that that's going to be next, right? Would you tension it before you actually secure the... It doesn't make sense. Time for belt tensioning. Fold the Z column slowly until the screw in the base block is exposed. If you feel the belt is a little loose, tighten the screw. If you feel it's tense, unscrew it a little. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. There we go. M3x6. We need 4 of these little M3x6 flathead screws. And I would say put some Loctite on these, but Depends on what kind of Loctite you have. Don't use red. Use red, good luck. It will definitely be a self-destructing one at that point. Yeah, this is one of those places where having the liquid Loctite that you can just kind of do in a little dish and dip the edge in would probably be a little bit better. And I'm not tightening these down all the way. I want to get all 4 in first and then I'll cross tighten them. Hey Pete, have a good night. Thanks for popping in and hanging out for a while. Uh-oh. So I gotta jump on your show on Saturdays, Jerry. I keep, I'm right into you, but normally by that point I'm just exhausted and I don't hang around, or I just listen to it. But I need to hang out and actually like join into the stream. Hey Britt, how are you doing? Yeah, red Loctite is only for coffins. Once you put it on, it ain't coming off. Okay, so we got our we went forward a couple of steps and got our extruder piece installed. Now we're going to come back up here and we need to tension our belts. Remember, you're using a M3 belt, so I'm just going to loosen this big thumb screw back here. Once we get that loose, it will allow our Z-axis to fold over. Fold over. Okay, am I missing something else here, Nomad? Other than apparently bolts that I never tightened up. Time for belt tensioning. We took this out. Should be working through. Is it that my Z belt's too? Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, flip the idler latch down, which will allow the. There we go. So we took this idler latch down. That will allow this now to compress the spring, which means now we're not going to fight ourselves. There we go. And we're going to use a 2.5, and we've got a screw right here that we can tighten or loosen. We're in an ab brake. Let me let the ab brake finish. I want the ad break to finish so that people can hear this part. Okay, so everybody should be back. So this big thumb screw goes in the back here and goes in and secures against the metal L bracket that's down here. So you're going to loosen this. In this case, I'm just going to pull it out. We're going to take this lever arm here and rotate it out. That's going to allow this to compress on the spring in the channel. And this can now freely go forward, and this idler is going to slide down. That's going to give us access to that screw head right there. And that's what's used to tension your main Core XY belts. So if you think that they're loose, which I think they're a little loose right now, we're just going to start tightening this up. And it probably won't take that much to get the tension that I think we want. Benefits of an H-bot Positron kinematics, 1-bolt tension. Yeah, and that's nice that it tensions both sides. Still think it needs to go a little bit more. Okay. So I think that's good, or at least good to start with right now. We need to, we know how to do it. So we'll just flip this back up. We'll go ahead and put our bolt back in and secure this bolt all the way into that frame. Yeah, don't do boron tight. Tad loose is good. Yeah, I think we're good there. We're going to take this lever and rotate it back up. And it's got a little ball bearing in there. And that ball bearing is just what's going to basically clip it into a dimple in the bottom of the idler bracket and hold it in place. Now, question for you, Nomad. It seems like these idlers are catching on the printed part, on these printed nubs. So it's not going forward or back because these are hitting. So either I put these two big ones in the wrong spot and they were supposed to be back here or something, or you've got something out of whack. I mean, it could just be take the bumpers off and I'm done, but wait. So the big idlers that I put here really need to be at the back point. Okay. Let me think. This is doable. This is doable without taking the whole thing apart. Because that would really suck to have to go through and redo all the belt stuff. But what we're going to do is we're going to pop our bolt out, move our latch so that we can bend this forward. We're going to loosen up these belts. Good ways. That's awesome. There we go. We're going to loosen up the belts. And then what I'm going to do is try and do one at a time and just move these around and replace them. These might, well, no. was going to say these might be interesting, but no, they won't be, because I can just take the bumper off. Yeah, I should be able to take it up, well, get to them all without taking it really like massively apart. I should just be able to pop the bumpers off, swap this one and that one. I have to move this forward so I can get the idlers to drop off. Once again, there was 2 idlers that were bigger than the rest, and apparently those are the ones that are supposed to go in the back here instead of the side wings. I put them on the side wings. So what I need to do, just bring this forward so this one can drop off. Slide that out. Take this one off back here. Come on. And because I took all the tension off, this should be easy enough to get out. Being careful because I knew that there was a washer underneath there. So it's a wafer head, the bearing, washer. Now I just need to make sure I capture the belt on this side. Bring that up. Get this on there. Take this one, sure we don't lose that washer. Capture the belt. Get it lined up back here. Turn 180 degrees and we should be able to do the same thing just over on this side. Definitely not an end of the world kind of mistake. Got the washer stayed on there that time. Yep, all been there. Hey, if you haven't rebuilt something on stream, then I don't know, did you RTFM? I mean, it's kind of a catch-22, right? If I built it right, then I may have read the manual. If I read the manual, then they take my man card for reading the manual. Okay, so those are back on there. Before I do anything else, I want to tighten this severely, untightened belt back up some so I don't knock it off the belt path. Make sure it is fully in all the belt paths and the tracks. Sorry about getting my head in the way there. Nomad said we don't want these to be singing belts, so we're not going to really hunker down on them. You didn't read the manual, but the pictures are, yeah. And I knew there was a difference in the things, and I should have known better and double checked the sizes of the pulleys. Zombie, if you're still there, like I said, I hope you feel better, and I look forward to you starting the black box build Thursday night. I'll try and stay up and hang out on your channel because you normally stream a lot later than I do. But I'll raid over into you and try and follow along, help answer any questions during the build. That and hopefully Chris will get on there too. Okay, so now with the pulleys, the big ones at the back and the smaller ones up here, we should have, yeah, there we go. We have full front and back movement without catching on these. Makes perfect sense now. Perfect sense. Okay. Install the fan into its enclosure. Got a fan. And we got an enclosure. Funny enough, I think the fan's going to go on there, I don't know, in one way and only one way. Tight fit, which is pretty good because that means we'll get good air flowage maybe. Uh-oh. Break the fan. So I think it's catching on the nubs, so it's just kind of massaging and moving it around the nubs. Yeah, I'm not trying to force it, but actually, are those nub areas open back up? No, they do not. So yeah, don't force it. Don't force it. So You take the housing off. Oh, if you happen to print the experimental fan closure, which I'm assuming that's what this is, please remember to remove the case of the 50/50 fan so the fan can fit into the enclosure. So I've got to take the front cover off to get it in there. Well, that's good. So you just, do you just, did you just cut the nubs? Cut the nubs off? Feels kind of stealth burny. Well, speaking of which, I've got a couple of packages on the way. One's going to be a Nevermore Stealth Max that I ordered from West 3D, and I'll have to print all the parts and stuff for it. But the plan is to put that in the rat rig for some pre-filtering and stuff before I gets out to the main room. There we go. So front cover comes off. Now this should probably slip down in there a lot easier since the nubs aren't in the way. There we go. Okay. Take that piece out, put this piece in there. That sits down in there nicely. Now can I put this back in there? Printed part-wise, I don't know if it's my... I don't know if you can see that. It's fouling right on the edge of this. Did you remove the support piece from the duct? What do you mean by support piece? You mean the screw down lug or the support piece from the duct? No, I apparently did not. I mean, that little piece. That might have something to do with it, huh? Do that. Which way does this go? That way. This goes in there. Will all be. It all kind of lines up when you, I'm not going to say RTFM, but other way, yeah. So it's going to be like that. Whoop, whoop. Okay, that was a lot more painful than it probably should have been. Place the tool head base onto the carriage block of the X-layer rail. Secure it with M3x6. Done, done, done. Place the fan and tool head cover plate on top of the base cover and secure it with it is. It's pretty well designed. If I just get my idiot head out of it, then it'll work great. So we've got this secured. Now we're going to place this on top. Our heat sets are coming out that way. Yeah? No, fan up. Heat set's coming out that way, fan up. So there we go. That looks kind of right. Does this get tucked around on the inside, I'm assuming? We're so happy he's helping. Exactly. So I'm assuming that all of these wires are kind of routing this direction and going between the fan shroud and the hot end. Check the next step for wire routing. Of course. Next step. Nope. Nope. Still not telling me about wire routing. Nope. Still nope. A lot of stuff being put on and secured down and still nothing about wire routing. Hey, there's going to be a PCB that goes on here. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that these are going to go all right between. Go ahead PCB. Yep. So there's the hot end, the thermistor wires. Needs to come around here the same way as the hot end. These come this way. Fan cable comes this way, so they all kind of route that way between them. This just kind of gets squished up there. These route around between them. You've never done the wiring? You say, yeah. I can see how that would happen. A fan in place, metal piece goes over the top. Got a bunch of spots for countersunk screws, so make sure that that's facing the right direction. Keep all of our wiring coming down through that spot. This on, and we're going to line it up, and we're going to run 2.5 by 20 flathead screws. Whoops. I apparently scrolled way too far. 3 M3 by 20 flathead screws. Extruder fan was hitting the middle what? The middle idlers. Took it apart and put it back together, and they cleared. No idea. Okay. Should be. Okay. So we got the fan on now. So there's our wiring all coming out the one side. There's our fan shroud going on there. And this is the tie down for the belts. Back up here. Whoop, let's go over to this window. You can see a little bit about what I'm doing. Hey, there we go. I think the bench view over here would be the better view. Okay. Not a coffee guy. You're about to have her running? Yeah, that's why I think I'm close. So we got the 3x20s. I need some 2.6 by 5, or yeah, 2.5 by 6 flathead screws, and there's 4 of these, and this is securing the plate to the cold side of the hot end. So this is kind of a little bit reminiscent of the black box in the sense that this plate's going to wick any heat off the cold side up here. So that's pretty neat design. And I'm going to choose not to put any Loctite on these tiny ass screws. Once you screw in the PCB, that's it. Neat. What's the appeal of this? Portability. Yes. So this printer, you undo a screw in the back here and flip a lever down, and this folds down and it goes in after I move some parts that are superfluous to this build. There's your travel case. So the original design, this can, and it still can, fold up and fit into a standard like Polymaker filament spool box. But yeah, it's portability. What do you say? No, Nomad's the designer. So portability, storability, scalability. You can put it away when it's not in use, so it doesn't take up permanent space. You can take it as a carry-on on a flight, because they had several of them that made the trip that way to a couple of shows now. So yeah. Yeah, that's why you don't get, yeah. So as you can see, Rittenhouse, I'm not very portable here, right? I don't really do a lot of portable stuff. I move them, don't get me wrong, I move them because I take them to shows, but um, this is eminently more portable than even a Rook, right? Because a Rook you can't fold down and break down into a smaller package to protect it. So I wind up putting 2 Rooks and then wrapping stuff around it, and you know, having to really work on packing it so that we don't damage them in transit. Yeah, and that's the thing, because the majority of us aren't printing big things. Like printing a helmet, you need a bigger printer. But the majority of the stuff we print, you know, we don't need a big size printer for. Yeah. Okay, so we got those screws added on. Position, okay, position the Bowden guide. Bound guide's going to go in this one right up front here. Too. Thought I. Oh no, we're over here. Yeah. So the Bowden tube guide is going to go on this hole right here. So it goes underneath and kind of the opening in it. So we're going to come down from the top here, and this opening is going to be towards the back side because this is what's going to make sure it guides that tube directly in. So this is another M2.5 by 6 flathead screw. Oh yeah, yeah. Just trying to keep it in the right orientation as I screw it down on there. Go. Okay. Now what? Tool head PCB. So we've got a, no, that's not a tool head. That's a ceramic heater. It's a USB cable. Spare rubber feet. Oh, the tool head PCB, which has been attached to a cable for a while. We now need to install this. Here, the tool head PCB to the side of the tool head with M2x4, with standoffs. Okay, so standoffs go into this M 2.5 by 4 by 5. By 4 plus 5. I've got 4 plus 4, not 4 plus 5s. Unless I'm missing another one. Did I say that there's a ton of screws, packages of screws in here? Because there is. Um, I guess we're going to go with the M2.5 by 4 plus 4 instead of the plus 5. Because I've got plus 4, but I don't have any plus 5s. Okay, so using the plus 4 should be fine. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and remove this cable for now. And so it's going to go like this, where the XT32 plus 2 cable is going to be towards the Z axis. And how's this cable flying out? Over the top. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab a size 10 or a 2.5 by 10 screw. Screw it in there to give me a little more finger room to work with. Hey, shenanigans, how's it going? What's up, my friend? We are in the home stretch, or so they keep telling me. This stuff comes up and under that little gap. Why is this not screwing in? Other than I'm probably not lined up. Here we go. Now, oh, so what I'm doing is I'm not using a socket. What I'm using is I'm putting a screw in the standoff to give me something, because, you know, tiny hands. And then I'm going to use the wrench to hold the standoff in place as I undo the screw. Get the screw back out. And I'll just use the wrench to make sure that we are snug without damaging anything. Yeah. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, definitely be careful here. You don't want to damage these circuit boards. You don't want to ugga-dugga this against your circuit board either. And there's a lot of surface mount things in there you don't want to yank and crank on. Refer to the pictures for the toolhead PCB wiring. Okay. So hot end stuff is that direction. A hot end fan. That's the thermistor. That's the hot end. Damn it. this one needs to kind of get looped around this edge here. And it's probably going to be easier to take these out and reduce some of the tension on the top of this metal plate. I don't need it to move a lot, so I'm not going to take them all the way out. I just need to be able to get that wire come up and around. Yeah, I think that worked, just like that. Never mind. I'll show you what I just did with the wires there. So the two hot end fan wires, the one comes up right between the two nubs and just goes to the side. The other one, it's coming out and it's just able to loop around between the PCB and the back side here. And it's just going to run right along between the PCB and the other fan cable, the PCB and the metal plate. And they're going to loop around and plug in there. So we've got, excuse me, which one goes where? Nope, not that one. This one. This diagram. So let me actually go full display. So the hot end fan, the HEF fan, is at the top. The PCF fan is at the bottom side there. Hot end part cooling. The thermistor goes into screw down terminals, so we're going to need to use our little screwdriver provided. These already come with ferrules on them, so just need to get them lined up and inserted. Could be a tad bit fiddly. Or meat mitts. One's there. The other one comes down in the same location. Sorry for getting my head in the way there, but there's not really much I can do about that. There we go. And finally, the thermistor. Gonna sneak around here, plug in. That's kind of some tight fitty stuff. So we go back over here to the bench side. And there's our wiring. Our thermistor is coming across and the locking lugs are facing down. We've got the 2 screw terminals for our hot end. Then our 2 fans wrap around the edge and come in there. And now we'll put the tool board cover on and secure it with 2x6 or 2.5 by 6 button head screws. With 5x6 button heads. Once again, small tiny things. And it's going to be this piece here, and this part right here is going to be the opening for our whatchamacallit, our XT30 2x2 connector. Let me run a file on this just to get rid of some overhang. Make sure we don't have an issue with the cable when we put it in. You smell the melted plastic already? I'm assuming our cables just kind of get squished in here. Okay. So I kind of sort of maybe think order of operation wise, it might be easier to put the, oh no, I see why. Leave it there so that, yeah, we're working on a cable lock. Yeah. So what I'm going to do real fast is take this top plate back off. And just, I want to route the cables a little bit nicer. I want to try and route the cables because my cable's catching somewhere. And so I just want to make sure that it's a pretty tight package. So I don't want my cables catching somewhere and becoming an issue. I want the thermistor and the heater wires to definitely get up underneath that XT30. Yeah, that's a pretty quick print. So if that little if that has or causes me issues with the cable, I'll reprint that cheaper. The cover that's easily accessible, so it's not going to be tremendously like, oh my god, that's um how can these things be mounted? Captured in the shell, not popping out, and not barely in the way. Really? 2.5 by 6? I got you. Because it gets countersunk through the part. Oops. There we go. Okay. And I don't know why. I just thought about, hey, why don't you move it over here so you can get underneath things too. Okay, so there we go. There is our nicely wired up. Everything's pretty and managed and not showing wires anywhere. So we shouldn't have any issues with anything catching. Our spool head wire will go in there. The 30 at the bottom. Like a glove. Oh, I'm moving ahead and I'm not reading the instructions. It hasn't told me to plug a cable in yet. Position the V-bed holder on the bed carriage block and secure with an M6 by 17 thumb screw. So that piece is actually still in the case. Ah, So we're going to need the V-bed and the thumb screw. And then there's another piece of stacked cardboard that we don't need anymore. So on your bed, you've got a flat side and a side that's got grooves. The side that has the grooves mates up with this piece. And your thumb screw here is going to go down and hold everything in place. Keep those. Well, funny you should mention adding some RGB. There's RGB lights here, and there'll be some other RGBs in here. Cut a 10 by 8 millimeter piece of silicone strip and stick it to the most upper left spot on the glass bed as shown in the picture. Used to protect the melted filament from overflowing. If you don't need it, you can skip this step and following macros. Huh? Yeah. This is just a little square of stuff. By the way, I might have missed it telling me to put this belt cover on. I'm assuming it goes over here on the Z belt to cover up the Z belt and keep the belt from popping out. So I just did that. Have a couple of pieces there and whatever that is. Power supply. Bed is over in this piece. Such a pretty glass bed. And no. I thought somewhere we did have silicone stocks, all screws and a ball bearing. You stepped away for a hot sec? Okay, well, we're back. Nomad, this little piece of silicone that it's talking to me about, is that needed, or was that from the old batch 1 and not needed anymore? What say you? What say you? Oh wait, there is some Teflon or silicone strip in it. Ten by 100. Do I just need to put a little bit of silicone on this? Yeah, it's in this. It'll help prevent nozzle drool. Okay, so is this like a spot where the nozzle rubs up or sits up against? 10 by 8 millimeter piece. Really, you're gonna make me measure 8 millimeters here? Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Okay, we need a centimeter, and you give me. So I got plenty of spare. Plenty of spare. Okay, that's going to go there, and we put this silicone strip that I need to find again. There it is. Up in this corner, and I'm trying not to purposely touch the bed, but it's going to go in this corner, and it looks like there's my heater input, That comes this way, so it's going to go on this side. And it's on. Okay, so this is the print side. The side that has the little PCB strip is the top, right? So that's the back side. So it needs to go on this corner over here. And it does not look like there's anything on the glass, so it's not like I don't have to peel anything off the glass, correct? Like, I don't want to get fingerprints on my glass yet. Okay, so silicone is on. Insert the glass through the slots of the printed retainer ring and connect the pins with the breadboard. So, glass bed. Once again, let me go to the overhead view here. So our glass bed, the part where you're seeing the LDO positron glass, if you're reading this, that's the non-print side, that's the print side. So we're going to slide this through our bed clips. Try to line it up in our bed clips, where we get to see if our bed clips are lined up right. Seriously? Kind of a tight fit. There we go. Just had to get it started. Slide it forward. And let me see if I can't tilt this back and show you what's happening. So if you can see right there, there is a PCB element that is going into, there's a heater clip there, right here, and the bed's going into that heater clip. It's kind of hard to show you. Here, let me do it this way. Let me do it this way. Print side. There we go. See, that's the clip that we're putting these into. So we're just going to slide this straight back into this cable clip, basically. That's what we're doing right now. Is we're just going to slide the bed in and make sure that it gets back there and fully seated. Lined up in there, fully seated, just like that. I have a feeling I'm going to be like buying 50 or like a 500 pack of these little microfiber cloths somewhere. Okay. Now what's next? Me killing the gnat that keeps dive bombing me. Connect the panel to your printer and power it on. Power the nozzle dock macro, and the tool head will move to the most upper left and the bed will move downward towards the nozzle. Make sure the nozzle touches the center of the silicone pad. You can adjust the silicone pad as needed. Yeah, eyeglass cleaners works, exactly. So, a couple of things that it hasn't told me something to do, or well, maybe. I need to plug this XT 30 by 2 plus 2 in here. So that's now connected in. It's telling me to plug my screen in as well, right? Connect the touch panel to your printer and power it on. So I'm going to set this back off to the side. And I'm going to grab the power supply because, well, that's going to be necessary to power it on, I think. I don't know. I might be wrong. Got our little pouch here with our standard printer, PC, this an IS or IEC 13, whatever. So we'll plug this into the power strip. Plug the other end to our power adapter, which is a, what is this? 24 volt, 8 amp, 200 watt power supply. Okay. And we're going to plug that into the DC in port here. This will be the power button. It's a moment switch and it should light up. And we're also going to need to use the USB-C cable to connect our screen up. So let me move a couple of things around. Nomad, what are these pieces? These just edged pieces for the bed? Tools for future maintenance. Okay, that's very good to know. Now I need to find a good place to put all my tools stuff. Maybe back in the box that has all of this stuff. Put that in there with the tools. Spares, I'm going to find a big bag to put all that into. So here's our screen. We're going to take the screen, take this lid and just flip it over and it creates the stand. We'll need to plug our USB-C in here and into the printer. Grab the cables you may not be able to reach, and the little clamps can hold the belts together to prevent the tension. Loss of tension. Oh, okay, there we go. Makes sense. That makes sense. And I'm going to assume the 90-degree side is the side that goes into the printer. The non-90-degree side goes into the thingamabobber there. And I think these are like random screws. They're just going to go in there. These are tools that go with the kit, so they'll go over here in the toolbox. That lock washer is not used. This will be the spool holder, which I don't think we need at the moment. Whoops. Allen keys and stuff get tossed over here. Got our spool holders. This is garbage. Spare heaters and stuff. Okay. I think I'm getting my head wrapped around something. Try and turn this like this. We'll have our screen. We can touch. Power cable goes in this side. Get some of this stuff moved away. We haven't done a PTFE cable yet. I'm assuming that that'll come later. So the DC power jack is in. It's plugged into the power strip. The power strip is on. Our silicone sock is over here, back left. Yeah, you don't think the PTFE tube is mentioned? And that's just going to go from the extruder here to our hot end, which doesn't need to be there right now to do the initial checks. Hey, Nomad. The filament goes in. So filament comes through the back, like the. Hold on a second. So this is our extruder. I'm assuming this is the outlet that comes around and it's going to follow our cable and go into the inlet of our hot end. So is that little area right there our inlet for the put filament through here and see where it comes out? Okay. I just want to make sure. Okay, that's what I thought. So we're going to grab some filament. It's black, so it's going to be easy for you guys to see. We're going to put it through the extruder here. Run it backwards through the extruder, maybe. Maybe our extruder is just way too tight. You have a little bit of a tip on it. Either that or maybe I locked the gears up when I put the extruder motor on and didn't realize it. Something tells me it should not be that hard. Well, that's great. Hi there. I may have jammed the extruder gears. Planetary. We'll see. We'll see. We're gonna turn it on. We'll worry about filament later. 9 o'clock. We've got a little bit of time to play around with filament. Piece of filament go. Okay, so power supply on this side. This over here on this side. And what we want to do is it says connect the touch panel, connected. Power is connected. Turn it on. Okay, so we got a light in over here. We got a light on our, let me bring you guys around. So we got a light on over here, light on up there. There is some type of light here. There we go. We got our nice LDO display. Boy. There from that light up there. I'm assuming it may be doing any kind of firmware flashing or, hey, there's clipper screen. Look at that. We've got temperature reading for both the bed and the extruder. This is Positron B3. It's apparently 2:28 a.m. Yeah, we probably need to fix that. Cool. And for those of you that are looking for the bling, we got RGBs up here for some bling. We got light strips down the middle for some bling. Okay, and it said to run the nozzle dock macro. Definitely get it on Wi-Fi. Okay, so that would be more network. Hey, look, there's a bunch of things. I'm going to not show you my Wi-Fi. Good thing is it'll go on the 5G maybe. I think the signal's better on that. Okay, got it closed. Connected, host name is I. Huh. Hey, normally it'll show the IP address. No, I'm not going to show you my Wi-Fi. No free Wi-Fi for you. Oh yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting that. I keep forgetting that Clipper screen. That's what messes me up all the time when I'm doing those. It's like, oh, I did Clipper screen, and then it's offline. It's because you have to rejoin the network via Clipper screen. Okay, so we're rebooting. Rebooting. Pretty intense sidelight going. Okay, rebooted. Still doesn't show the network address there. So let me go more network. And we got an IP 232. Awesome. Okay, so we have an IP address, and you said we should do an update from the GitHub before running the macro. So I think on the wiki, yeah, it doesn't go to the GitHub. Yeah, update everything. All positrons use a default Pi password. Change this as soon as possible. That's good to know. So we need to go to Positron GitHub. Oh, are we like reflashing the whole thing? Or what? So help me out here. Am I going to the Positron GitHub or am I just going to log in via mainsail and do an update? So if I come here, documentation, Positron GitHub, go to software configs. How about software and calibration? Stock configs for the positron, but you need to double check things. Things to check, Z in stop, blah, blah, blah. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull the stool over and have a seat. Slide the posi over there. Whoops, not off. Posi over there. Up here for now. I'm going to grab the keyboard. Okay. So what do we need to do? I'm assuming just download these and copy and paste them up. So looking at this, this looks like it still has the positron macros, the sensorless homing macro, and tacho macros. So this is not the alpha or beta branch that was listed on the Discord. Positron. Oh, this is that fluid stuff, huh? Never used fluid. Setting. System. It's so confusing. Configuration. That looks familiar. This is your release. That one? Okay, so just looking through here and making sure that, yeah, all the stuff I'm getting ready to upload is going to overwrite. Downloads, that. Whipper screen, Moonraker, Positron, printer. Oh, really? It won't let me drag and drop? Hey, Tugboat, how's it going? I'll, oh, oh, I know it's going. That and that minus that. Yep. Open. All new stuff. Yep, all new stuff. Good. Um, so help me out here, folks. Like, how do I do an update, like a kind of like the update all to update Clipper and all that good stuff? Or are we good? And you just want me to hit like go to the macro and say send? Load and print. Yeah, sorry guys. I've never used Fluid. I'm a mainsail guy, so just hit the macro and send it. Okay. Back to the console, and according to our documentation, we're looking to run the nozzle dock macro, and the tool head will move to the upper left, up here, and the bed will move down to the nozzle. Make sure the nozzle touches the center of the silicone pad that we put over here. We can adjust that if needed. Okay. So I'm going to flip screen. Probably not going to show. Oh, it did show. Scroll down because I saw something about macros. Um, Nozzle dock macro. Okay. That went up. This went back. Goes forward. Over to the left. Got home. Oh, I was like, what's going on? There we go. That might help. So, and I'm not sure, but I think my Z might be going the wrong direction. So I'm going to try that again. Yeah, I think Z is going in the wrong direction. In-stock Z is still triggered after retract. So yeah, the query underscore end stop. Yeah, X and Y are open, Z is triggered, and Z is not triggered. Did you restart? I did not. Are you sure you want to restart? Click Gotcha. So like we said, we do have our little clipper screen down here. It's so cute. And this is the host controller, right? This is the Raspberry Pi on the back. So this is the host controller. So you can't run it without this being plugged in, correct? The controller on the board is it looks to be, is it an RPi 2040? Because there is a Raspberry Pi chip on the board. Okay, yep, there we go. Cool. Okay, so we just did a um where is this going? Rolling down. So we did a restart. Let's do a query end stops again. And they should all be open. If I push that Z end stop and do that again, it's triggered. Now it's back open. Okay, so we should be good. I'm going to try the nozzle dock sequence again. The CM4, the MCU, and tool board is an RPi 20. Okay, so the MCU here and then the tool head board that's on the extruder is a RPi 2040. So we centralist home. Now it's going in the correct direction. I've got my little thing flipped up here, so we have belt tension again. Getting worried. Okay. Okay, so that came down a little hard. Not gonna lie, that came down a little rough. I mean yeah, it's pretty much in the center of the silicone pad. But yeah, it made good contact. I felt the carriage move. So I think our Z offset a little bit off. You tie the Teflon tube to the tool head cable with the zip tie. When you insert the Teflon tube into the extruder, please push it hard and make sure it is inserted into the heat break. Okay. You want to move the end stop to the, or move the nozzle to the middle and do an end stop calibration. Okay. So we're at Z0. So we want to move Z up. There we go. So not home, move to the middle. What is the build volume on? Okay, so this is 00. God, yeah, that's okay. Now I got to do the whole mentally think flipped upside down. 00, X positive, Y positive is towards the front. Oh God. Ooh, that's yeah. So about 90, 90, 90, 180, 180, 165. There we go. So yeah, I need to basically go to 90, 90. or thereabouts. Tells me to, yeah, we're at 99. Good. And you said we need to do a Z end stop calibration. So not seeing a macro for that. I think D underscore end stop underscore calibration. Um, uh, what are the commands? Help me. Commands. Z dash and stop. Z stop. Calibrate. Okay, not calibration. Calibrate. Dang it. Syntax. It matters. We're going to do that Z end stop calibrate. Starting at 15. So we just need to bring it down, and we need to do the paper method, but doing the paper method upside down. So that's going to be great. Then one. I'm going to start going smaller. I think I kind of like that feeling right there. We can get it closer during a live Z adjust. I'm assuming during the first print. Accept that. Save config and restart. Sure. Now we do need to go ahead and insert our Teflon tube, aka our Bowden tube. Means we're gonna home this. Hey, Maker Viking, how's it going? All right, so we're homed. I probably want to raise the Z some so I can get my meat mitts in there. We'll slide this around a little bit because our PTFE tube goes here and here. And I didn't even think about it. There's a clip in here. That might be interesting now. Do we need to keep the clip on the hot end? PTFE tube, pulling prints. The skull extruder cover for the A1 Mini. Nice. And this needs to go in to the extruder. Get our cute little driver here and loosen that up just a bit so that our PTFE tube can route into said extruder. Oh, that goes way down in there, doesn't it? So this is aligned hot end, huh? On an all metal. Other end goes over here into the extruder. Now I gotta try and squish this back in here. After I drop it 5 or 6 times, I'm sure. Okay. That was a pain in the butt. So it says now that we can kind of put these two together. I don't know how we want to do that. Is it just with like a couple of zip ties? I'm gonna put the zip. Okay. This scares me. Like, you really did mean that we could probably put another positron together with all the extra hardware that comes in this kit. So many extras. Yeah, I saw that there was a chain in the works. I don't know how far along it is. I'm assuming, like I said, that just a zip tie or two will be good and suffice for the time being. Um, I only knew what I did with all the zip ties that I had. Really? What? Okay, spares. Seriously, what the hell did I do with all the zip ties? Yes. Oh, there. Oh crap! And I forgot a whole other bag and stuff of fasteners. We'll throw a couple of zip ties around here. Oh yeah, tugboat. This is the Positron. Yet another small-ish printer. And we were working with me and the tugboat guys were working on building rooks together, and mine is done and with KB3D, and I just got him the wiring diagram so that they can finish wiring up theirs. I'm trying to think. I sent you my config file, right? I believe. Okay, so PTFE tubes there. We're going to need some filament. Filament. Do I have filament out? Yeah, sure. Why? Here we go. Some Loyal Moses PLA Pro. It'd be really great if I could find the other thing that I knocked over. Here I ain't getting to it, so oh well. Got our cute little spool roller. I want to set this. That there. This kind of like this. Because the filament's got to come in from this side. Get the feeling that this needs to be an undie. And I've probably got to heat up the hot end before I can load filament. Do we have a load filament macro? Unload. There we go, load. And I'm not oh, like I'm not sure if this is going to pull the filament. It's pulling the filament, like, yeah. It definitely pulled on the filament, and it was trying to pull the filament like across the table. Okay. So it said it loaded. Oh, look at that. Let me bring you guys in here. See if we can get that. It's push plastic. We got the plastic. Oops, sorry. We pushed some plastic. So technically, that's it. We've pushed plastic. We're good, right? Stream's done? The kid. Are there any... Dude, no pre-sliced files? Man. Oh, and it doesn't drop the temp after you do a load. That's interesting. Normally, I would say the macro should probably drop the temperature back down to at least like, 170 or 150 or something, so it doesn't keep oozing out. Crap. Sorry, not crap. GitHub. The thing I've probably already gotten rid of. Don't need that guide. This guide's done, right? Yep. Final assembly. Next thing is how to fold it. Okay. Sorry, folks. I know I'm jumping around here. Positron, software calibration test, slicer profile. Orca and slicer profile plate model. Okay, so we'll need these. And these are just the, oh, cute, things that we can put into the slicer. So Orca. We're going to do some Orca slicer stuff. So full display. We'll say prepare. And that was a 3MF file. As the following customized filament or printer presets. Positron VLA, yeah, Positron PLA and Positron 3.2 0.4 nozzle. Please confirm. Okay. So this now gives us a Positron 3.2 nozzle Orca profile test. I'm going to click on that, and I'm actually going to just save, rename it with just Positron. Orca has Positron baked in. Oh, okay. So I didn't need to do that. So I just need to go to like, where do I need to go? Home. You got like, I don't know what I'm doing. I normally do this on my Mac, so I'm kind of confused where to go to here. Slider button to the right of the printer. There we go, that button. There we go. I appreciate it. No, Matt, I'm telling you, dude, it is. I do not understand why. Comes with a 0.4, right? I don't understand why the interface is so different between Windows and Mac. It just drives me insane. Okay, so here's the positron. We've got our setup here. Positron generic PLA. That works. System preset, yep. PLA. Standard positron, hey, that works. Calibration. Let's do, oh wait, no. Oh, it's got benching. Let's do a benching. No, it's not that Mac sucks. It's, you can make the way to access the menu the same. Like, that's what drives me nuts is I can go up here and on the Mac and basically grab the menu and get into configuration. Why can't I get into the configuration screen from here? Oh, crap. Into two. Okay. Now reslice. An hour. Well, okay. Why not? Tugboat. Yep, you love benchies. We're going to print. We're going to upload and print. My pretty nozzle is going to get stuff all over it. Oh well. we'll go back to the bench side view, which will be this one. I'll see if we can't get 1, 2, 3 block action. Might need something more than a 1, 2, 3. Yeah, gonna need something a little bit more than a 1, 2, 3 block. Just that's oh. We'll put that there. 1, 2, 3 block. Now that might be too high. That'll get us closer. Grab some water. Actually, we'll do the browser one just so you can kind of see what the browser is. Here's our pretty interface. It is heating up. The hot end's at 150. It's trying to bring the bed up to 60. It's almost there. How's it going, Reverend? Welcome on in. So Nomad, real fast here. Regarding material types, what materials have you successfully printed on the positron? Like, it's a glass bed, so I'm assuming that we would have to slather the bed with glue if we were going to be doing anything like PET G, so we don't fuse it to the bed. But what else? You know, what other types of materials have you printed on it, or have you only done PLA? Fellow filament faithful, how's it going? How's it going? Always use nail polish remover. Once again, this is going to be our first print. We've got the prime line, and we've got way too too close. Sorry, you guys are. That's what I'm saying. I think we're way too close there. But we are pushing filament. So we'll have a boat. Whether or not it's completely fused to the bed is going to be a different story. But we do have boat coming out. That really doesn't kind of show you, does it? I don't know how best to get that to show for you guys, but we do have filament. We do have boat starting. The first ever print on the newly built and commissioned Positron. Uh, this is the ubiquitous Benchy with Nomad's help and everybody here cheering me on. We did get this build done. The printer is looking phenomenal. The extruder is pulling filament like a madman. So yeah, I think we're doing good. Other than the first layer, probably still a little bit too close, but we're doing good. We're laying down plastic. Got an 85A to work stock. Just takes some tuning. Oh, really? Huh. Now I did loosen the extruder up quite a bit, but I will say that we are getting benchy. I'll give you kind of like the bottoms up view here so you can see that we are getting some layers down. And the cooling fan just kicked in, making a kind of obscene high-pitched noise. So it sounds like something might be rubbing. Like I said, it is pulling this versus unrolling it. That's awesome. It's got some pull. That little extruder is doing some pull. Oh, you can hear that. Yeah, that doesn't sound great at all. It is not hoppy about something. Um, Couldn't be any way that it would be working on the belt. I'm wondering if I just need to loosen up the 3 screws that hold the fan. Maybe I just have that too tight. So the front bow is a little bit, we'll just say, on the hot side. I don't know if you guys can see that there, but we got some front bow droopage. Probably because the cooling fan is not running at all now. Either that or it is running and it just got quiet. See what the it says the part fan's at 100%, so maybe it finally figured itself out. But we are getting a bad bow on this. It's printing at 220. I'm going to drop it down. I don't think it needs to be that hot. Because the rear is dropping a bit as well. Kind of giving the melty chocolate texture type thing. Can't get this around. Yeah, we're just way, like something's way too hot. It's not cooling that well. All right, tugboat, take it easy. Okay, I think I am going to stop this particular print. Maybe we'll just slice like a cube. This just may not be a good file to print on the Positron. Once again, stock settings, it was cooking it at 220. I think, because, I mean, you see the condition we're at here. I think 220 is just a little bit too high. Something might be up with my Z motor too. That could be too. I mean, here's my tension on the Z. Is your idler latched? You mean that one? So that's latched. The I mean, we've got good movement in the Z as far as upward and downward movement. Yeah, the idler thing back here is latched. Um, yeah, and we were definitely way too close. Like, so I did raise it up. We were definitely way too close. Um, oh crap! And when I stopped the print, it didn't save the. Oh wait, there's the Z offset. Yeah, that might be the issue that we were too close, which then was causing future layer issues. We'll give that another shot. So what do you think? Should we try the benchy again? We'll try the benchy again. What the hell? I can figure out like, oh my god, fluid is gonna kill. You guys got to make. How hard is it to switch this over to mainsail? Only because everything I do is on mainsail. So yeah, like I said, Tech Jeeper, it's just I've only done mainsail. I've never done the fluid, and it just feels really weird, and I don't know where to find things. You haven't tested with mainsail? Okay. So it may work, it may not. I'll tell you what, the bed heats up pretty fast. You've never used fluids, so in the same boat. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I get the difference on Black Box because it's running RepRap firmware. Sorry, folks. And that's like night and day. That's some wonky stuff right there. But and I'm sorry, Nomad. Did you say TPU and PLA you've done? Have you done anything like ASA or anything like that? Like, have you put this in an enclosure or tried to print open air ASA anything? Because I hear people actually try and do that. I've never done it. This is pretty cool. Oh, we're like 3 streams and we're good. I didn't get the there we go. Purge line off. Don't do ABS ASA on glass? Okay. It still looks like it's way too close. Something's up. So it also looks like the bed itself is not level. Okay, hold on. Okay, so we're going to stop that. Go ahead and raise that up a little bit. Because, once again, I don't know if you can see this. So it feels like the front, um, like this was higher and this is lower. Everything is tight. The other thing is, I think this, yeah, got that I had loosened this up. So that could be the other problem too, is it might be woefully under extruding. Yeah, but don't do ABS and ASA on glass. So really at this point, this is primarily PLA. You said you've done TPU. You really don't want to do a PET G unless you have some type of release layer. Okay, and let's see if this, like, yeah, either it wasn't extruding or they're like this side is further down and this side is further up. Something is amiss. Hmm. I think everything is. Oh, yeah, something's weird, and I'm going to go back to my. Oh, hold on. Before I do that, let me. Okay, let me do a purpose slice. So rather than doing the boat, let's do add primitive cube scale non-uniform to 50 by 50 by 1. It goes a few layers. Get it centered so we can work on first layer here. The other thing I want to do is go into the PLA setting. I'm going to drop the temperature down. But I still think it's way too high. And the other thing is print fan is not, or part fan is not on. Okay, I've turned the part fan on manually. And I'm not getting any airflow out of the part fan. So that may be an issue. Doing a little bit of airflow. I mean, this is a 50-15. I should be feeling all kinds of airflow. Okay, there we go. So it's trying and then it's shutting back off. Okay, yeah, that fan's getting all kinds of hot. It's the fan, the part cooling fan is caught, or not, I guess caught, but it's snagged on something because it's binding. Let me, about to remove the bed, but I need to shut the printer down before I do that. Yeah, without the part cooling fan, that's definitely going to cause a problem. Yeah, definitely scraping the housing. Off, off. Sorry, I'm getting a snacky here. Off. I think we're doing good on battery life. Okay, we need to take this off, and I want to take the bed out. Yeah. Take this housing off. It was getting warm, but it was trying. I don't think it fried. And even if it did, um, I'm sure I have another one. Not a 3-pin though. Maybe I do. Maybe I've got a honey badger or something. Yours fried after running it for 14 hours. Sorry, tugboat. Okay. Yeah, I think it's sitting down there too much. Like, I think the fan itself is literally touching the bottom part of the printed part. Yeah, it's actually resting on the bottom of the printed part. So there wasn't supposed, it's warm, but I think it'll still work. But I'm going to need to put some type of spacer in here to raise it up ever so slightly. My only fear is if I put like a washer in there to raise it up, could it get into the fan itself over time? Um, huh. That's still caught. Under. Dropping my balls everywhere. So what I just did was I tried a 5 millimeter ball bearing in there, and it seems like it would, like it's moving a little bit easier, but it still does catch in one area. I'm going to bring you over here. I don't know why, but it looks like there's some type of slope or texture in the part. I've never seen a part print like this as far as the layers. So this issue right here has got to be something in the file itself. Because yeah, you can see this edge right here is almost translucent where you can see through it when I get it off the edge. See that part right there? That's almost translucent. There is something wonky in this file that's not a flat surface. So should I switch back to the other shroud? Or I guess, the 5 millimeter ball bearing wasn't doing it. I wonder, I got some 5.5 millimeter ball bearings over here, I believe. Courtesy of IRCFA. Where did it go? Oh. I can try put a 5.5 millimeter ball bearing underneath there. See if that gets me the rest of the clearance that I needed. Well, and that's what I was going to do is the ball bearing because there's a trough or yeah, like a trough in there. Get the ball bearing in there and then it'll sit on it on top of the screw mounts. And there you go. The 5.5 millimeter ball bearings gives it the rest of the clearance that it needs. Ah, over there. There we go. I never say we don't know how to troubleshoot on this channel. Yeah, that seems to have lifted it up. And that motor's cooled off some from having it open. So we'll be able to give it a shot here. that's there, that's there, that's there. Last bed. Got fingerprints. Okay. Bed's in there. That's in there. I think we're good. Bed fully seated. Those are tight. That's tight. Do that. So we've pushed plastic. That's a good thing. We've pushed plastic. We've had. I still think, from the looks of it, like our bed is not level. So how do we do a manual bed level, or do we just assume that this plane is parallel to this plane? I guess that's my next piece. Okay, it's in the screen, but what I'm trying to say is I've got a point here and here. Okay, I guess I'll just go into more. Actually, is that a macro? Not that I could see. More bed leveling, level. Do I have to home first? Probably. Home, all. More bed level. Okay. So if I here, you see that, Skip? Yeah, it skipped steps when it went over all the way to the right side, even after doing a home. That was weird. I'm assuming we're doing like paper method here. Okay. Okay, so it is purposely going full to the end to make sure it's all the way at the end. Okay, so that's the two front. It has a rear section. How do you change the rear? Number one, it's sitting on the glass. I can't get the paper through. Okay. So, assuming if I do a home, does it raise Z up before it moves? Microstep Z away. Okay. 0.5 Z up. Okay. And I've microstep Z. I'm now at 1.6. Home all again, and then we'll do the Z end stop. Because that's what we need to really do, right? Is do the. It did give it did not give me an option of saving the value. So we do G1, X90, Y90, F3000. Okay. Now we're kind of higher. And we're going to do that Z in stock calibrate. Okay. All right. Sounds good, no man. Um, need a bigger sheet of paper. Give me one. You know what? We'll use a shipping label. You're gonna go to bed, but if you hear panic, you'll help. Well, hopefully I should not be panicking. We'll accept that. Save config restart. And we're going to try and just do a square and see if we can't get first layer decent on a square. If we can do a first layer decent on a square, then I think we're okay. Let me check something. Yeah, that would work if I could zoom in. It might be able to show you that first layer. Can't. I'll have to figure something. All right, now, man. Have a good one. Thanks, bud, for getting us this far. You definitely helped us make it to this stage. Okay. I'm going to sit back down and get this prepped so that we can bring you guys over here closer. In fact, I'll bring you over here closer now. Partly because I'm going to sit down right here. Oh. So I can get all up and personal in my new printer and hopefully see if we can't get a first print to go. Wow, so Mrs. Dragon got out to Colorado, and as soon as she got to the airport, her mom picked her up, and they went straight to one of her mom's doctor's appointments. And then I just happened to look at my phone, and I had like 8 new appointment requests, and they were all like doctor's appointments for her mom or her brother. Running ragged. Okay. Bed's hot, extruder's hot. So we're at temp on both sides. There we go. We got the little booger that came up there. Home X or home Y, home X. Home Z. Come back, wipe on the silicone. better, but still a little low, or I mean, a little too low. We'll raise that up a bit. You see if you can, dang it, that glass makes it really hard to get a view of that first layer. You can see that there's a lot of light transmissivity through there. And I'm seeing some ripples. I think it's finally getting better. Now it looks like there's a spot where we're too high. Hear that, or we got fingerprint. No, we're too high. So we're too low in the back and too high in the front. That doesn't make sense. We just did a bed level. And I'm going to let it get at least the second layer done because, oh no, it's going to pull itself into a bloody mess. Darn it. Thought we were going to get there. I'm not seeing any fingerprint. And I guess I could be sitting here saying, nope, it's too thin, when it's really not. But yeah, I think that just might have been me thinking that it's too thin, but I'm actually looking through glass and I'm not used to it. And then causing problems. So let's do a restart. Just to make sure that it clears out whatever I was trying to do there. Might be something on the glass. So is this the positron block? It is not the positron block. It is just literally a 50 millimeter by 50 millimeter by 1 millimeter cube that I'm trying to use to get the first layer, quote unquote, calibrated. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I tend to do is, just a block, like 50 or 60 or larger, because it gives you time to adjust your layer up or down when you're trying to dial in your first layer. I'm just having issues, what it is. I'm printing upside down and not used to it. And I'm trying to set first layer based on looking through glass rather than looking at it from the top, which is also throwing me off a bit. Good news is this heats up pretty darn quickly. We're up to temperature. I'm just going to leave it alone. I'm not going to mess with it. It just looks like it's very translucent. I'm going to let it go. And it could just be looking translucent because I'm looking through a glass plate at LEDs. I'm seeing a little bit of rippling there, which makes me think I might be slightly high. I'm sorry, not high, but slightly too low. But I'm going to let this run. So up here, it looks like we're too far away again. Just made a minor adjustment to this bed screw. Hopefully it doesn't catch and rip that off. Just get another couple layers going. Okay, the other thing that we probably need to do is, like Nomad was saying, go through the standard boron process of mechanical, whatchamacallit, validating our E steps and then go through and do just standard tuning runs. Because I'm hearing skipping on the extruder. And I'm not sure why. But I tell you what, folks, we're getting close. I'm going to be able to live with this for right now. And after this print's done, I'm going to call it a night because I need to get some rest before tomorrow. Another day of work. But rest assured, I will play with this some more tomorrow. And excuse me. And we'll come back on Thursday and we will continue to just go through some paces and print with this some. My plan will be I will unload the filament and then I will pop the PTFE tube off and do my E-step calibration right here, just coming straight out of the extruder. And that will get that part done. So the mechanical, I asked for 100 millimeters. I got 100 millimeters. Then we'll go ahead and do a filament load or full filament load. And then we'll come through and do, extrusion multiplier and just kind of run through all of, the main and standard, whatchamacallit. So, yeah, we'll just take our time, run through the standard type of tuning, and we'll get there. It's a brand new printer build. We'll make it work, right? So with that said, I am going to say thank you everybody for being here. I'm going to go and find a raid target that we can go out to this evening who may still be on at 11 p.m. Declarations. Judah. Zach M. Rutledge. Right? You guys want to go over to Zach Rutledge or Creatix Brit? I think Brit is doing some Minecraft and not sure what Zach was. It says video game potato time. I'll give everybody a couple of seconds to see what they're interested in. Okay, so as this was coming forward, it was losing adhesion. Ever so minor adjustment there. You don't think there's anyone else in there? Okay. Let's go over to Britt. I'll get that started. We'll go right over there. Thanks, Tugboat, for being here and hanging out. And I hope that wiring diagram helps. If for whatever reason you have questions, reach out to me. Take it easy. Have a good one, Shenanigans. Thanks, everybody, for being here. And like I said, I'll work on some more tuning stuff on this. And Thursday night, we'll be printing with this again and having fun. So with that, everybody have a great night. Enjoy the raid over to Creatix Brit. And I will see you guys in a couple days. Bye now.